Okay.
Everyone remember to empty their bladders? Remember, the VTOL is not equipped with a bathroom.
I like the metro traps.
Reminder, effective operations dictate that we function as a team.
Erica Kirk was saying something really fucking stupid. Yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens when women themselves try to get in charge of shit. She's talking about pornographic and all that crap and that. And she's like, oh, I respect women that do porn and that can do this job. They're stimulating the economy being a fucking whore. There's this one guy, he's like, there's a lot of people that are starting to notice certain things. There's a lot of fucking people out there that are starting to see the truth behind how people actually are. And the truth always will stay the same, that people are just fucking retarded. There's a lot of evil in this world that people never want to talk about too much. And I say, well, you don't want to talk about it too much is because you know it's there, and it's hard to talk about.
All out of shots.
But yeah, and then they pulled a clip from Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk said being OnlyFans or any type of porn at all is a downgrade to all women. And you're soliciting yourself to fucking that shit. And his woman is at least saying it's okay to be a fucking whore. I mean, you can say whatever you want to say. You truly can. Man, every fucking morning with these fucking diseases. Because a lot of people do. And I say to those people, not that I sit there and do this stuff, and I would say, hey, you can say whatever you want to say, do whatever you want to do. It's your sin, but I suggest not doing it. Like, this is why men need to be, you know, in control of what people, especially women, say. Because women will do anything that for some reason. Every single time they do it for, you know, women's bullshit.
Looking out, are ya? Could break your neck here if you're not careful.
Yeah, this is what I want to get. These kunais are really good because I can throw them. Honestly, this is probably the best. This does the most damage. It does like 600-700 damage. It's kind of shocked. But yeah, it's like listen. Ever since Charlie Kirk has died, now Erica Kirk's been going on her like frail, like the Sen took over. It always happens like that. You have to stand tall when it comes down to temptations. For some reason, women have a huge problem being that way. God knows what, you know, only God knows about all that stuff. When you read God's word,
Took him down to his right size. Should have called up sick. Sadist hasn't been to line. They're in for a real shocker. Time to watch it done. Allow me to introduce my business associate.
Hey, listen to her. Now she's like losing the reputation that she used to have. Which I don't think Eric really did anything special. Her husband did everything. I think she was just married to him, to tell you the honest truth. Now everyone's going against it and that, you know, it's like, yeah. I go against people that are fucking liars that make up stupid shit like that. Honestly, I think Eric Kirk is a terrible fucking woman for saying such stupid fucking shit. You know, I stand for that 100%. I don't like... I definitely despise that a lot. Yeah, like, when you're talking about pornography, that would say, oh, it's because I'm a woman, it's okay to be a fucking whore. Stop saying women need to be whores to make money. Like, you don't need to make that much fucking money in life to survive. You don't need to be a millionaire to survive in this world. Because what you're doing is you're taking a piece of your fucking self and you're giving it to basically Satan. And that's what Satan does. Lucifer literally gives you stuff that controls your mind in this world. He'll give you an enormous amount of luxury, but you have to give a little bit of what he wants more, which is worship. Inside our minds, we think it's okay because we manipulate ourselves to think it's okay. It's like, oh, well, it's okay to do it once, twice. All of a sudden you do it, you know, once, twice, 100 times, 300 times, 400 times.
Let's give him a show. Is there no end to this infamy? We've got a real hard case here.
There it goes. Yeah, melee's starting to suck a little bit now. That's literally kind of the whole point of why we have so much issues in this life. You know, and I'll say it just plain and fucking simple. Like, people keep changing their minds about stuff and then they keep going through all this stuff. And like, dude, you guys are literally just destroying yourselves. Like, you don't even know that we're doing it. You know, I don't think Erica Kirk's even going to honor her husband. That's why you get, Kansas Owens saying that Erica Kirk was part of probably his death, even though it's a fucking lie, because I think she's just being fucking stupid. That's why you get these kind of things now, because you're making it look like that. Like, it's pretty fucking obvious that you're a retarded woman that's sitting there getting high off your own queefs because of what happened in that. It's like, well, yeah, I think that's the truth. I think a lot of people get high off their own farts. And they do it quite a bit. You could say, oh, why do they do that? It's like, I truly don't know why people do the things they do. I think a lot of people just do things because it's their lifestyle's easier because of it. To give in to stuff and then say it's okay to suck a bunch of dick, even though it's not. You know, we got a lot of people out there that do say these certain things that, and mostly it's women. They're all like, "Oh, it's okay to do that as long as you're doing it for making money. You have to survive." What? There's other things you could do to survive. Like, why we keep on producing these kind of poisonous ways of living life? Like, are you fucking retarded? Like, there's many other things you could do other than fucking. It's the easiest thing to do. Of course, it's the easiest thing to do. It's fucking easy to stick your fucking twat in some fucking dude's face and make money. Of course that's easy as fuck. That's just how that works. Of course that's easy. Dumbass. That's not gonna how it works. Like, you can't make that shit up. It's just how it is. Okay, let's see. What is this gonna be? Reese's. 2.5 more melee damage, 20% more. 2.5. Oh, okay, they changed it. Okay. A 30% chance to refill 20% armor after destroying a person's limb. That's only 3%. That actually pretty high. Let's get this one. Yeah, I should do all the toxic damage just because pretty much just think it'd be 45% more toxin damage, which is actually quite a lot. I believe it reduces it down to 0% or something like that. Oh, 6%. I got 45 of toxic damage. That's actually toxic power. I just to me, I just hate all the bullshit. There's so much bullshit out there. It's just so crazy. These people are just fucking retarded. But yeah, I don't trust. It's hard for me to trust any woman that wants to be popular and that shit goes right to their fucking damn brain. And then they wonder why that they have so many psychological fucking issues and that. Well, that's the reason why. You shoot that shit right into your fucking head and you're all like, oh, it's okay. It's okay to be a fucking whore. It's okay to, you know, suck a bunch of dick and that and then, you know. And then people get upset about it. Gotta recycle all this shit because I don't need it. As long as it's a blue, it'll give me some of those things back. So just waste and build a bunch of stupid shit. Do I have to change this stuff around too? I probably do. I don't think he has any good skills on there. 5% boss damage. Toxic damage. Oh, this shotgun's amazing. This class is probably the best fucking class. Piercing power. Not too bad. Oh, cool. Fuck yeah, I'll grab that. That sounds awesome. That would be useful. Does damage. No. Doesn't do a lot, but hey, it shocks people, which is what I want. Cool, that's something I didn't know. That was. maxed out. I did beat hard with them. I can't go any higher. Yeah, it's like nearly impossible to go fucking higher. Go shit. Boost that up a little more. There. Azure takes place of the guy that's the door healer off the fucking second one, which is really good too. It's got cool ass guns, except for you get a lot more damage and shit. This game you don't get as much damage on your characters, besides when you upgrade your guns.
Head to the VTOL. Let's roll.
I'm getting up my thief. I got a pet in this game that I have. I got a pet that gives me gives you 15% success rate, which is fucking amazing. It gives me 10% chance to double, which is really fucking cool because I just found it. The pets are like very difficult to find in this game, and like I'm like, fuck yeah, that's cool as shit. I'm happy for that. Because then I can get shit up to 100%, so I don't have to worry. Like, it shows what I found, and then it shows what my pet found. This game's I need to get up that one more. And it's taking forever to level up, though. Okay, so they keep getting longer. Okay. Let's fucking fuck shit up.
Let's get this party started. Turrets activated. Enjoy the fireworks.
Fire.
You mug. Dickhead.
Yeah, them fuckers are super good at aiming.
All right. Now follow your feet to your favorite premium shopping destination.
Okay, shit. Fuck it. Anything around? I'll just wait. Like watch my other game. It's fun. I finished one heist. They jumped me up like a quarter of the way. It's every 7 minutes I get like 5,000 some experience. I need like 50,000 to get up or something like that. I can't remember how much you get. It's like I'm really addicted to this idle game. There's just so much shit to do. Like, you can gather, and you can craft and stuff in the game, make your character super fucking strong, so you actually go in the battle. You don't have to, like, when you first play the game, just go immediately to mining, and get your mining up, and start smelting, and get your physical character up as high as you can. He's not the strongest character when it comes down to, like, damage, but he's the easiest character to level up, because melee's always easier to level up.
Pod is shut down.
And, like...
Dirty bastard!
Enemy at half strength. Clean headshot. Great aim.
Lura! Shut the fuck off!
I like that. Yeah, I installed this short now. This is one guy called DJ. He's actually a pretty cool guy now. He actually just talks fucking truth. There's so many truth seekers out there. They just talk the fucking truth about shit. And like you just saying about, you know, Eric Kirk and that, he was just like, basically like, what the fuck kind of thing. I said, I agree.
Proper gem that.
Like, there's a lot of people out there that are going to fucking lie. They're going to make shit up. They're going to make life be...
I'm splashing out for everything.
They're going to make things want to be easier for themselves and that. It's just how life is for some people. You know, when some people get famous and that, get all this stuff and that, sometimes they don't want a headache. Sometimes they don't want to fight. That's what Jesus keeps telling us, you know, it's a fight. People are going to hate you. People are not going to like you, you know, but you shun them off and say, you know, I pray for you. And now that she said such ignorant shit, and it's degrading, like, the whole point of it's not even degrading it's not even degrading Charlie, it's degrading degrading Jesus. And when Jesus Christ, you know, our Messiah, God himself establishes these certain things for a reason. It's not because it's you know, being mean or being, you know, a piece of shit person or God. It's established because he knows how the devil works. He knows how humans work. He knows how we work. So we keep on establishing these stupid, ignorant things that destroy our lifestyles.
This place is a fucking morgue.
We start destroying ourselves from within, the devil starts to live.
Waves down.
You know, that's why when we start seeing like these things that we keep seeing, you start seeing all these people that are all like, you know, they destroy themselves every damn day. And people do it so much that it becomes kind of ridiculous. They have to understand, it's like, oh, why is life suck so bad for people? You do it to yourselves. No one's telling you to be a fucking whore or be a pimp. Most people don't say it. It's just how you want to be because of what you see. What you see and hear is who you become.
Pod's closing soon.
The devil likes to trick you every damn day in your life to tell you this and tell you that. You go, man, it's good to be rich and have sex with a bunch of whores and that, da, da, da. That's what people do. I say, yeah, that's what people do. They go out there.
Who's this fucking thing gone? One less strike.
But yeah, it's like, the more and more we start to see what's going on, though, we start seeing that the sins are starting to get in.
Let's
And,
make
like,
him dance.
people always sit there and say, well, like, I don't think Eric Kirk was
Got the
a
turret online.
full-fledged Christian like Charlie was.
Maybe
I
grab
don't
some
believe
grenades
anything
before the
that
next
she
wave.
fucking says, honestly, to tell the truth. She's kind of a fucking idiot. That's why a lot of people are going against what she's doing. That, I mean, Kansas Owens is a fucking moron to begin with. I don't believe half the shit she does. I mean, she's just a fucking idiot. You know, she does really stupid shit. You know, she just continues to just saying random shit. There could be a lot of reasons why that she talks the crap that she talks. A lot of times it just comes down to that she just likes the fucking attention. People love the fight against it though. Can't lie about that shit. People love the fight against. Well, they're just making money. They're surviving. You don't need to make that kind of money. You don't need to have that glorious lifestyle. The best lifestyle any woman could have is being with a loving, beautiful, caring man. And anything that a man wants is be with a loving, caring, beautiful woman. But since some people don't want to direct themselves towards that, being what I call beautiful, which is being loving, being honorable, being truthful, life is so much better. You want to live Satan's life? Go to the streets, go on drugs, which this is what's happening, most people do. Go do all that stuff. Say, do whatever the fuck your heart desires of being an idiot, but the stuff that you learn, why you do those things, morons do that shit. Stupid people want to live an easy life by cheating and stealing. Look at all these podcasts out there. You got people are just, they're just speaking the culture war. None of them fucking care about really anybody. Probably deep inside they do, but they don't like to show it. I listen to a lot of people now, like all these people that do all the commentary on all the Hollywood bullshit. They make videos like twice a fucking day almost. Constantly talk about something. They make enormous amount of fucking money off of it. I mean, they are speaking, well, truth to a certain extent, but they're not speaking the truth that needs to be spoke. The real truth that needs to be spoke is Jesus. You need to speak the God language of Christ. You need to speak the word so people can understand. The more and more people start speaking this stuff, the more and more you start seeing a transition start to change, because people believe the people that they listen to on podcasts or on their channels and that, or on their TikToks and that. People start listening to stuff. I listen to a whole bunch of Christian content creators, and a lot of them are starting to really shine through and say, like, these people are fucking retarded. They're starting to go against that most people don't want to go against. Kirk, sorry to say. Yeah, Charlie's rolling in his grave for your ignorance that you're saying about certain things. And people are catching on. And people are starting to reply to it. Hearing her talk about it's okay to be a whore. That one guy, it was a little short, probably like a 2 minute short. Maybe a minute and a half. He popped up a Charlie Kirk fucking video. Talk about degrading of women and that. If women all stopped degrading themselves in that, the world would probably be a better place. You wouldn't have all these simps. You would have men trying to become men. But the biggest thing is, men control the reality to a certain extent about what women do. If men stop being simps, stop giving money to these whores, women without that money can't be whores. You can't be a stripper, there ain't no one there to give you money. You're following the wealth. You take the wealth away from fucking anybody that does degrading stuff, they stop doing it. But these women that make all these millions of dollars, most of them don't. I listen to these stupid fucking people at my job and that. And one of the things they said, I talk about OnlyFans. I actually no, there's a percentage of how much women make off of doing stuff like that online, and they don't make much money. They make very little money. So the only reason why some of these women make a lot of money is because their platforms are gigantically fucking huge. Or because they knew someone that had a lot of money to begin with. I wonder who it was. They probably had a man that had a lot of money and said, wow, girl, you got nice tits, you got a cute face. Here, I'll start front-loading you and you can pay me back later. And that's what happens. It's not like these people go on there and all of a sudden out of nowhere they fucking make all this money. It doesn't work like that. It never works like that. People say, oh, you can work hard and do stuff. Yeah, if you get part of the culture war, you can always make money off the culture war. They've been doing that shit since the fucking 20s, 30s, 40s with newspapers and that. That's how the newspaper business got big. That's how the news got big. People talk about what's happening in the world and that. Oh, the depression's so bad. People listen to it. People give them, nickels and dimes for it. People love to listen to stuff to see if they're connected to something. But here's what I tell people. I'd rather be connected to God than connected to this poison, this lingering farts in this world. Culture war, you could talk about it, but it doesn't do nothing. You're not changing much, because you can't change what God has planned. It's supposed to happen. All this woke shit, it's supposed to happen. It's hippie 2.0 basically, just a hell of a lot worse. Yeah, because Satan's in a hurry. The more evil shit gets, you could say to establish something's going to change. God will enforce his justice upon every single ignorant, sinning thing that goes too far and keeps on lingering and refuses to repent. Just like Sodom and Gomorrah, just like Babylon. We got all this history to tell us this shit's going to happen. Now people say all United States is gonna be like this. It ain't gonna be all United States. United States is a gigantic country. It's not gonna be all United States. If you think God's like that, then you're a fucking idiot. That's how Jesus talks, and he talks. That's why when he goes to town, when he was walking the world, he went by the faith of the people in that. All the bulk of people, had a lot of faith in them. They knew that he was God. Some of them had never even seen him, but as soon as they did see him, they knew. They felt the presence. That's why it's very important to talk about this stuff, because it means more than anything in your life. And this is why we always have all these people that have all these ignorant things to say, that their lives are ruined by their own stupidity. And they blame it on bullshit. Life's not fair. Here's what it is. You choose to not work hard. You choose to be an ignorant asshole person with an attitude issue, which is what I deal with at work. Huge amount of emotional despair. Yeah, because the demons are up your fucking ass, and you're not understanding that you can't do it alone. That's the whole point. You're not gonna beat angelic falling angels, guys. No one's going to defeat them besides God. Stop thinking that you could. No. All the angels that fell are a billion times stronger than you. They're a billion times smarter than you. You're a fucking moron. Everybody that's ever been alive, the smartest of people, submit to God. Stupid fucking people think they can take on the world by barking and yelling and doing all this stupid shit. And then, in the meanwhile, they hide in the corner and cry because they have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Exactly the point, because you don't know. Demons love to torment you because you don't know the truth. The more you get to know Christ, the more your life changes. Why? Because that's how God is. People have a relationship with the devil constantly. They'll sit there and literally be conversating with demons without even noticing that they're doing it. Because they think it's a spirit. It is a spirit. It's a demon. It's an unclean spirit. Because Jesus said, demons, the angels manipulate. They use specific things to pull you away. Saying, oh, you can see your mom again. No, you can't. Oh, I heard my mom talking. No, yeah, that's not your mom. People literally believe their loved ones are watching. They were fucking demons. Jesus being very firm with how demons actually work, how these fallen angels actually work. The simple truth, no spirit stays in this world. You say, well, what about these evil spirits and that? They have no control to stay here or not. Do people not understand that? The angel of death takes you to Sheol immediately. It's not like it takes fucking time. The spirit world is a lot different. And you can say that because when Jesus said, well, as long as I walk on this earth as flesh, I can't be always at once because I am human. That's what he said. You want me to leave so you can grant the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit can be always, everywhere, all at the same time. I cannot because I'm in flesh. But in spirit, I can. That's the whole point why he said that to his disciples. You want me to leave. The Holy Spirit is what grants the balance of this world as of right now. That's why you don't see enormous amount of fucking destruction in, say, in the United States. You see stupid fucking people being dumb. People do die. Yeah, because your own purely own choice. But the bulk of people that live in our country, they don't want any of that. Truly, people have great hearts, but their minds are cluttered. What do you mean by that? The spirit is willing, the flesh is weak. The spirit is willing to change, and the flesh wants to stay stupid. Because the flesh is weak. The spirit already knows who God is. The flesh doesn't know because you're born. And this is where it comes down to the problem with people. People struggle with life. And a lot of it comes down to, we just don't know. And that's the honest truth. We just don't know. Man, these sneezes gets trying to wake up all the way. I get the fucking sneezes. No, I'm sorry that life's though full of entertainment and we get caught in the bullshit. Because we always do. How many times people want to sit there like, man, I want to be like this, like that. I know kids are doing steroids at 19, 20 years old. And I think they're going to become this jacked, fucking gigantic fucking man. And then they think that's how they establish their life. I say, you're not going to be any stronger than an above average man that works out. Some people are genetically formed to be strong as fuck because of genetics. Like, if I take my lifting and I take it to the max, yeah, I could probably bench press 450 pounds. I could probably be stacking in 300 pounds or close to 300 pounds with reps. Because I can see the transition now. And I can sit there and get massively fucking strong if I choose. But I say all that is a hobby. Yeah, it's going to make me be more fearless. I'm not going to fear anything as much because average men, almost all men know they see some guy that's bigger than them. Just like in the animal kingdom, they get afraid. They'll pull back. First thing I do is probably pull out guns and shit because they know that they're cowards. If it comes down to anything physical. It's pure intimidation. And it's not to say that guys that lift a lot of weights and that do that stuff, I don't want to change the subject of that, but like, this has all to do with Christ because it's all the same shit. It's all looking how humans are to discover who we need to be. I think being strong mentally is probably the best course direction to get a stronger spirit, to get a stronger body. Because you have to know wisdom first before you can connect all the dots. If you can't connect all the dots, then you're basically just walking around like a fucking moron. Any dumb fucking lift weights and build muscle. And a lot of people fucking do it all the time. They put their whole entire life on it. Fuck, I watch guys in the gym and that's all they do is lift weights all day. And they do it so they can look at themselves in the fucking mirror, just like Lucifer did. Lucifer saw his reflection, he saw how beautiful he was, and that's what started to turn. It's not to say you don't need to love yourself. It's not to say you don't need to like yourself. But the temptation sets in when you start thinking that you're better than everybody else. That's why you humble yourself. If I'm stronger than another person, I humble myself. My strength has nothing to do with, bullying and making life easier for me. It makes life harder for me. Because if people use my strength, whatever how strong that I am compared to other men. So I humble myself to the service of using what God has given to me to support other people that have weaknesses, that are weaker than me, that they can't pick up as much as I can. So I give them the services of using my strength. Is there benefits of it? Yeah. Just like there's benefits of being mentally strong, to dodge stuff, to what is the real goal when you're doing these things, anything at all. Hobbies. Do your hobby because you like doing it because it makes you happy. It's a choice to make yourself happy. Same thing with, when I go to work now. My job is to get shit done. I don't want to rely on all this emotional bullshit and this and that because none of that shit fucking matters. I rely on getting the shit done. So I go ahead and I get the shit done. I push myself and I keep doing it. I don't stop till it's done. That mental fortitude is what grants you huge amount of discipline. While other people run around and get emotionally butthurt over every damn thing because they're all panicking and they're afraid because they're superstitious. Superstitious just means that you're just afraid of everything because you believe all this shit that's not true. Courage takes hardness. It takes time to build it up because you have to understand what to be afraid of. Please be afraid of God. Sounds weird. Please be afraid of Yahweh. Be afraid. Not in a sense of hatred. Be afraid because he's the last thing you're going to fucking meet before you get judged. That's it. Satan's demons, all this other stuff, like I said before my other stream, none of them fucking matter. They never matter. They're condemned because of their ignorance, because of their rebellion. We have time to repent. We have time to pull away from sin as much as we can and try not to do it as much. You're not going to be perfect. Don't listen to all these people say, well, you could be like this and be like that. No, I look at it from the perspective, human beings are not going to be perfect. You're going to fall into it. But as long as you know that you're falling into it, you can be able to get out of it. You ask for forgiveness. You always ask for forgiveness. Because it's hard to not fall into temptation. It's really hard. Especially nowadays. You have to be secluded and basically wear a blindfold. Because everywhere you go, it's nothing but ass and titties in your fucking face 24/7. Because how the way these women dress nowadays. As a man, it is really difficult to not lust. See, like one thing that women don't understand, it's the idea in the man's head that was what makes you more attractive. Just to say, because you wear clothes and you're not showing off so much ass and stuff that guys like. They get the idea in their head. They don't know exactly until they get with you. But nowadays, girls walk around, booty cheeks all hanging out, tits all busting out, and you get the idea in your head already that you want to fuck them. Why? Because they ain't got everything hanging out. Your visualization of wanting to get close to that person is because the way they wear their clothes. I mean, some women can't help that they got these gigantic ass cheeks and that every guy wants to fucking put their dong in. But the reality is, guys need to learn that. Discipline. Stop putting yourself in that position. Is it difficult? Yeah. I have the problem too. I see a nice round ass in that, a skinny, attractive girl, and yeah, I'm going to look. But I pull away from it as much as I can. I focus on my job. Because that's what children do. Children don't care about that shit because they didn't hit puberty yet. They don't care. I never like. It's just like I look at a girl now when I was younger. And I didn't give a shit. My heart did. My heart cared because I fell in love with a couple girls when I was younger than that. Like when I was in elementary school and middle school and shit. But all I have to say is, I don't care. 30 years went by as fast as lightning. I remember back in 90s and that, when life was easier. All I did is go to school, go home and play Shining Force 2, play Phantasy Star, play, you know, Sonic and that. That's all I was doing. And then we start getting computers and that. I start, you know, playing on computers and shit. And then when Xbox, you know, or not Xbox was out there, but when N64 came out, you know, I was playing Duke Nukem all the time, playing Quest 64, playing a lot of Ocarina of Time. Fuck, I probably beat the game probably like 3 or 4 times. I was obsessed with the world that didn't exist. But if I was obsessed with the world that was real, and I built my fortitude up, I would have been a different person than I am now. Because I always look at it like this. If I sat there and knew the same stuff that I knew now, but I was more immature, I would have been completely a reckless fucking idiot. I would have been a massively sinful person. Probably not massively, like, terrible sinful, but I would have done a lot of fucking young sins. Probably more or less just sexual sins, because, you know, that's what people tend to do. Especially attractive people, they tend to fall in that category very quickly. It's easy to get attention that way. But with the wisdom that I know now, it's completely different. Even if I get the 6-pack, even if I get the body that I want, I know how dangerous it is to be like that. I know how young women, younger than me, which is a category of fucking from 20 up. I know we don't like to say 18 or 19 because the people always frown upon that, but you know, whatever. All women at a certain age of consent, just to say, I know what the problem's going to be. I know they're going to flock to me. I know I'm going to get flirted with a lot. I know I'm going to get hit on a lot. It's going to continuously happen. That's the side effects of having something that other people don't have. If you have attraction, women attract. They're going to flirt with you all the damn time. They're going to be scared to sometimes. Some of them have confidence. Some are going to fucking throw their asses right in your fucking face. Sad women who fucking always push their fucking boobs on me and that, fucking at work and shit. Or get really fucking close to me and that because they want me to talk to them. They want me to fucking interact with them. They want to give me attention and shit. I had it, and that's what I'm saying. It becomes a nuisance. So if you have that kind of problem, stay clear. Because I've been noticing that a lot. It's getting really fucked up out there. Stay clear, play video games, pray, exercise, make your wealth, establish your little, you know, place in that, whatever you want to do with your wealth. Keep pushing forward and being close to God. Keep gathering wisdom, keep gathering strength, and you'll start to see a change. Because you'll start to look at everybody, and you'll start seeing that people have a lot of fucking demons. And they're everywhere. How much people don't want to see it? No, they're there. I can't say it really matters what, you know, what these, you know, atheists saying that, because they're the ones that have the shittiest fucking lives. Everyone gravitates towards someone that's happier, more positive. Especially the opposite sex. I've heard instances like the gay guy that I work with, that he's young. The dude's obsessed with like every fucking guy that he can be obsessed with. Every guy. Like he can't, he wants to have say, like most people do. They want, like most people tend to do. I'm lonely. I need someone to bring me out of my shell. I say, you bring yourself out of your shell. But it's because you're afraid to do things because you're afraid of yourself. You're afraid of this competitiveness in this world. Yeah, the world's competitive. Most times the competitiveness is only because you create that competitiveness. I'm gonna go to the gym and that. No one's come to me, yo, bro, you better lift more weights, bitch. And they never do that. No one's gonna come up to me and say, you know, you're a weak motherfucker and that because, you know, you're a bitch. You're not on steroids like everybody else. This is the reality that people really want to think. That's social media bullshit. And most of the times, that's not even how it is. That's all fucking lies. Most times when I see someone bigger than me, I just look at it, I snot at them, and they already understand it's a manly code. I don't need to do all that fucking bullshit that other people think they need to do that. Like, people are scared that they're gonna bulk up and shit. Like women. Women are like, well, I don't want to get in good shape in that, you know, because I'll get bulky like a man. It's like, you know how hard it is to build muscle, honey, when you eat the certain amount of foods you do? Your food gauge is what implicates how big you're gonna get. If you eat a lot of food and you lift a lot of fucking weights, you're gonna keep on growing until that food gets to that capacity. So if I eat 3,000 calories a day, it's the same, which I don't really. Sometimes I do, but it all depends. My muscles are only going to grow based upon how much I eat. As long as I'm lifting weights and breaking down muscle fiber, I will plateau. Like, you're only going to be able to build so much muscle. A lot of people don't understand that because, well, they don't understand genetics. They don't understand how it actually works. You got to learn. Like, one of the guys I work with today, you know, we had a conversation about Dwayne Johnson. Because Dwayne Johnson ain't on fucking steroids. He just lifts a lot of weights and he just, you know, eats all this food now. Like, but the thing is, Dwayne Johnson's almost 60. Your hormone production does drop quite a bit. You can maintain. Like, I listen to Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler is one of the biggest bodybuilders to ever be around. He was almost 300 pounds of pure fucking muscle. Even he was saying, I used to do longevity. I used to work out to keep myself in good shape. He's like, I'm 50, I think he's like 54, 55. I just do to keep myself in shape. That's it. Got my own gym and that. I just, you know, come in and do what I need to do in that. I know how to do it. There's no competitiveness. I've already been the strongest I've ever been. I've already been the leanest I've ever been. I've already been the biggest I've ever been. Excuse me. I said, yeah, that's what it is. He's like, I just want to be happy. And the dude's the most humble dude ever. So I look at like these younger people and that. They want to rush this shit. I said, I thought about going on steroids if I really got into the fitness and that. But honest truth is, I really don't need it. I like the peptides because it's helping me out a lot, you know. But see, I'm trying to be humble with it. Yeah, I could spend $1,000 to get probably like fucking like tren and shit. And do one vial of tren, which will probably, you know, I can do probably like once a week. Or maybe twice a week. Do a slow, like 100 milligrams or 50 milligrams. And I can start getting jacked, all crazy and shit. But I said, what's it going to do for me? When you do untapped power with very low wisdom and stupidity, you start to crawl your way into life that is very destructive. And a lot of people crawl into that life that's very destructive because they push all these negative things because, oh, look at me, I can bench press over 300 pounds, so can most people that lift weights. The main goal is always 3 plates, no matter what it is. Some people hit it faster than others. I believe a lot of people use a lot of fucking shit. Tomorrow I saw this one, the Asian guy comes in. He's like 5'7". He's you know, he's a little bit below average in height when it comes down to American standards. Dude's decked out. He's super lean. You know, he's a rather big dude for being lean. You know, he bench presses over 300 pounds. I've seen him do it. But the funny thing is, we were doing the same machine. I can see this guy is strong because his muscle detail is ridiculous. I can see that he's been lifting a lot because he's got this bulkiness that's rather, you know, big for how short he is that compared to me because I'm like 3 inches taller than him. And like, And he's probably like barely like 189 pounds, 190 pounds of pure muscle. You know? And like, I was looking at him that, you know, I said for guys so, like a guy, like with a guy like so short compared to, you know, most men, like you're strong as fuck. I told him that you're, for a guy that's so short, it's like you got some fucking massive strength behind you in that. Like it's ridiculous how strong you are for how like you're not as big as most people, because well, most Asian people are not as big, just to say, as, you know, European people and stuff like that. So it just, the strength differences is always there. But for pound, the dude's a fucking monster, you know. And so I tested my strength on it. He was doing a lifts of 225, and 225 has always been the lift that you pound it out and see how many you can do. Because 225 is quite a bit of weight, and when you can sit there and be able to do that, most men don't weigh that much. So you see how much that you can do. It just kind of categorizes. 225 is probably that weight limit for the average man to be able to push out. And so he did it. I think he did 17 reps. You know, compared to like me, that is heavier because I'm a little bit more and have a muscle density in that. Like how much muscle I have compared to him, I would say it was similar. Because of me being just taller than him, having longer muscles than him to begin with. I did almost the same. I did 15 reps of 225. Was it difficult? Yes, it was. Because you gotta do them quick. You gotta throw all your energy into it, and it's like your energy just roar like a fucking river. And the last 3 or 4 are like, you know, especially the last 2 are fucking massively fucking hard. But that's kind of the idea behind it. Do you have to be that strong? Like, for what I like to do, like, I do truck at my job and that, and this stuff goes up to 50 pounds. Sometimes a little bit more, it depends. I always tell myself, I want to be strong enough to be able to sit there and make it easier for me to lift this shit, because I know I have to do it for work. Like, one of the guys I'm working at, someone been talking to me, like, oh, I want to lift weights with you. I was like, okay, if you can lift weights with them, like, it's not going to be fucking easy. You're going to get burned out pretty fucking easy. And you're going to feel that pain, and you're going to fucking quit, because most people do. And, like, one of the guys there, like, he's kind of like me in that, but we always have, like, this conversational, like, difference sometimes in that, because, like, he's very emotionalized, like how I used to be back then. So he believes in the feeling thing a little bit more than I do. And honestly, I try to believe in it. Not because logic, sense, and truth of what Jesus said is 100% way more than just feeling some random shit. Because once you know what's going on, you can't unknow. So like he did the same thing. He's like, oh, bro, it's like, you know, can we lift weights and stuff like that? He doesn't live too far away. I was like, well, I mean, if you want to, bro, it's like, you know, just tell me whatever you want to do. We'll set up a date and that, you know, I don't care. You know, like we're off in the same days. Like if you want to go ahead and like get my number and that, just to say, or we exchange numbers, and you just give me a call or text me like, hey, you know, when you want to go, and I'd probably say later tonight. We'll go in and we'll start doing weights. You know, and like he's gonna come in probably with like a normal shirt on, or maybe he'll be a dumbass and come with fucking like a beater on that. And like to me, it doesn't matter what you wear. And like we're gonna go and lift the fucking weights together. And it's gonna come down to the same strategies I learned from, well, fucking almost anybody that lifts weights. You want to make it hard enough so your muscles can be able to grow from it. But the first thing everybody has to do is build up the mind-muscle connection. If you don't build up that nervous system connection, the chances are you're not going to build muscle at all. That's why selective people have all these issues with their body, and that they work out and they stimulate other muscles that are normally stimulated all the time, and that, like, say, shoulders or biceps, and they focus on the most easiest thing to focus on. And when you look at their bodies, you can tell all biceps and all shoulders. Like one of the kids that, that's one of the relatives that I work with, and that their brother that does that. I looked at his physique, and he had all biceps, all shoulders, all trapezes. It's like there was nothing else that he seemed like he never stimulated more than just those two fucking, like, couple muscle groups. I said the overall muscle is like, the overall strength comes down to your whole entire body. Your body is all connected. If your back's weak and your shoulders take over, you're gonna have fucking hurt in your back. Well, if you break your fucking back, you're fucked. Your nervous system basically just goes haywire, if not shut down completely, with your rest of your body. So I suggest for anybody, work on your fucking back. Make your back as strong and as thick as you can. Hit your back a lot. Now, you don't need to have a gigantic fucking neck, because your neck's going to build no matter what, because you're doing weights and you're going to be tugging on that muscle. Make sure your back is as thick as it possibly can, because that's what you're going to establish if you survive something that's going to be dangerous to you. Same thing with, your whole entire back, from your lower back to your upper glutes. Your glutes are a very powerful muscle. The biggest suggestion with that is build that fucker up as much as you can. Make sure you do your squats well on that. Make sure you do your fucking, your deadlifts well on that. Get your glutes fucking thick. I know people say, well, thick butt cheeks, gay and all that bullshit. It's like, it has nothing to do about being gay. You guys are just fucking retarded. You guys live in that fancy, perverted world. And you want to build yourself up, because you use your muscles every day. You might as well make them as strong as you can. Is it difficult? Fuck yeah, it's difficult. It's never easy. Everything's hard. You're not going to walk in this world and just walk out of it without being scathed. That's just how this world is until we die, until we meet God, and until we get judged, until we either go to paradise, basically, or we go to fucking hell, whatever which one we want to choose. I say, if your body is healthy, you'll live a good life. I see a lot of people out there all fat as fuck. Like, I know they always blame it on age. Motherfucker, I'm almost 40 years old. I'm the biggest, strongest I've ever been in my whole entire life. And I don't even work out that ridiculously hard. I just make my life a little bit tougher. That's why I do truck at my job and that. That's why I pick up heavy shit all the time. If it's something that I have to do that's going to, like, stimulate some type of, like, strength or some type of mental, like horizon, brings me up higher than that, I want to deal with it. And sometimes it's just dealing with fucking stress. Dealing with ignorant people and that, dealing with stupid people and that. These are the things that we have to deal with in life, no matter what. It doesn't matter what people say and that, what people do and that. Obviously, it depends on what you want to do with your life. You categorize all your friends. You categorize all the things you do with your life. Sometimes it's best to push stupid people away and bring in healthier, more wise people. But people's feelings get caught up with themselves. That's why people struggle in life, because, well, they rather stick with something that they think they can change, but they can never can. Well, there's some people you can't change. Like, I get stuck with my ex. I could have bitched and moaned and cry about her being a fucking dumb bitch sometimes. I just let her be. Sometimes you get in little arguments in that. I told her flat out truth. But in the long run, it got pointless. It got so pointless that who she actually wasn't the person I fell in love with. I said, yeah, it's because you're a succubus. You manipulate men to get what you want out of them. And then the person meant to it. That's basically what it was. So now that the truth's coming out, now you know why your life sucks. Because one day, you're not going to have the luxuries that you have. That stress and anxiety is going to wear you down. And eventually, the thing that you honor the most, which is her body, because she was obsessed with her weight. She was obsessed with how skinny she was. She weighed herself every day, and every single time that her weight would be a little off in that, she would fix it up with how she ate for the whole entire day. I see you're obsessed with that because that's the only logical thing that you actually have that's going to bring in men. It's really ain't your personality, Nat. Your personality is very dull. Not like dull enough to be not liked. There's a lot of things that we did that were awesome. Just simple shit. But it's a fucking attitude. It's that discipline. Now, this is one of the stories that she talks about that, and this is why I thought it was really funny. You can tell that this is how like communists or dictators get born. So she had an easy, cushy job at a gym. She said that she was a GM. Okay. She knows how to lift weights, that because she does. She's not stupid. She knows how to diet and that because she did the bulk of her life. She got mad because she had to clean a toilet out that was a little doopy. And she's like, excuse me? He's like, why do I have to do that? I'm the GM and all stuff. And I said, if no one else does it, you're required to do it. And instead of being a person of, smarts, she decided to go into the double territory of feelings. And she uproared like a 5-year-old. She even told me that. She were talking about that, like, why? You could have had a comfy job making like $50,000 a year, just to say. Instead of this, you make what you make now. And you're relying on dudes to maintain your fucking self. I'm like, well, you fucking retarded? Do you not understand that you literally just fucked up your whole life in that because you keep on going down the same road of attitude? People are abusing when you do the same thing with other people. The thing is, structurally, I'd say this towards women, structurally, women have a hard time understanding hierarchy because they're not meant to understand it as much as men. Because they're not supposed to do all this fucking work. Hierarchy of women are completely different than what men do. Men understand bosses. Women suck dick towards bosses. I can't say all of them do, but the majority of them do. And when there's a woman boss, she has to be masculine as fuck. She has to not go with her feelings. She has to go with what actually happens and what's best for the company. For instance, what's happening now. And say men can do this too. I think feminist men, anything to do with feelings, has a downside to almost everything. People say, oh, you should care about your feelings. What are your feelings? Do you understand how your feelings actually work? It's like your feelings work with what you know. People that know very little have super heightened feelings. They're very easy to manipulate. Very easy to manipulate. One day you could be all nicey and chub towards them. And, if it's a woman and you're a man, you flirt with them, they're all happy. And like, oh, go look at them. The next day, if you don't talk to them at all, they'll instantly think that you don't like them. Them are feelings. Because you're not establishing the same front. You say, why don't you do the same thing you did yesterday? It's because right now we're busy. Right now, I'm not up to it because I don't want to do it. So the act of another person's choice involves with their emotions. And when their emotions don't meet that expectation of that, say, clarity, they start to panic and get fucking inducively fucking dumber. And they start to think, what do you worry about most? What you're doing right now, your job? Or how people give you attention? So you're focusing your attention on other people instead of yourself. It's the reason why you have issues. Men try not to do that as much. Women do that a little bit more. That's why when a woman is with a man and they both trust and love each other, they become complete. The woman starts to understand hierarchy a little bit more. And start to understand that she can't have an attitude, she can't be a bitch. She's trying to be more loving and caring because that's the job that she has. Men start to understand that they have to be the one that works hard, they have to be physically strong, they have to be mentally intelligent, and be, you know, very aware of their surroundings and that, because men deal with more dangerous shit than women ever fucking do. And women try to accommodate that by being a feminist dumbass and say a bunch of stupid shit. I say, the bulk of men don't torment women. If you're a complete fucking bitch, we just call you out and just leave you alone. I won this battle. You didn't win shit. You just lost everything. You're an idiot. Because I listen to these sort of stereotypes. I work with people like this. The two ladies I work with, they're feminists. They're not heavy feminists, but they're feminists. They treat men like shit, and they always think men are always trying to have sex with them. I said, that's because you assume that, because that's what you want. But you want to pick and choose which man that wants to plow you in your ass. But the thing of it is, when the men don't give you what you want, you get even more mad because you think you deserve it. You don't deserve shit. Why are you worried about all that stupid shit when you just worry about yourself and how to make your life better? That's why I got an active conversation with one of the ladies like a couple of days ago. I work with her all the time on Sundays and Mondays. You know, I said on my last stream, I asked her a question about something that, you know, how would you write people up in that if they did, you know, anything that was morally like uncomfortable towards you or whatever, like touching her and stuff like that. And I asked her a question about me. No, just a question that, you know. I was saying, you know, if I grabbed your butt, would you write me up? And she said, yeah. I was like, okay. I said, for all the stuff that this other guy's doing, that's why he's not fired. And she got the stupidest look on her fucking face. I said, see, that's a problem right there. You're letting him get away with all this stuff and that. You know, he doesn't do anything that bad, but he does close to stuff that he's been announcing himself saying he wants to bang her. But for some reason, she's okay with it because, for whatever reason that it might be, that's up to her. And no judge. She wants to do stuff, and that's up to her. I try to establish this front. I say, it's like, when people say they don't take favorites, I say, you are taking favorites. Your favoritism is especially because you're emotionally retarded. You favoritism a lot of people over a lot of other people. Now, you try not to in a work sense, but personal sense, which kind of relates to your work job, kind of relates to your job anyway, you're going to do it anyway. I always tell people, yeah, I know I get a lot more favoritism than everybody else. Because I'm good looking. I blatantly say that. And I say it in a way not for pride reasons or not to be all I'm confident, no. Because it's the fucking truth. I said, I could do basically almost anything because I know how I am. I can flirt around with all the girls all day long. I know I don't want to fuck any of them. I established that clearly up front. I said it's just me giving you love because everyone deserves attention. I fuck around with the dudes too. Not in a gay way, but in a brotherly way. Now everybody's all happy, peachy dory. Then as soon as the chance comes, when it comes right to me, oh, it's like instant turnover. They'll talk all kinds of weird stuff that doesn't make any sense. You say it's talking shit. No, you're just talking lies. You're just making up shit. So every once in a while, I'll get in some routine where I have to fucking, like, you know, speak the truth about stuff. I say, I love how you guys always sit there and don't categorize me as a specific person that I'm not. Well, because this and this and this, and like you're listening to other people speculate about a person. I say, if it's not coming out of my fucking mouth, and you're not understanding why I'm saying it, and you're making up the reason why. You know, like the one guy working there, he always says I'm talking shit. Yeah, you come up to me and he'll try to do it's in a funny way, and I don't take it as a personal attack and that, but like sometimes it's just like you just say stuff and then you just walk away like you're all like, oh, it's like, dude, I really don't care about your little pride moment in that, because I don't want to judge you based on how your life is, all lies and shit that you fucking say, which I know they're fucking bullshit. I can. And so I did. I called out the bullshit that he did. You know, this dude took off, he's been taking off on Saturdays for the last fucking, like, month. Our hardest hitting day, he'd rather just take off on that. And he always keeps saying that he's sick. I said, well, is every Saturday you have the shits? I said, no. And I called him out for it. I was like, you're hungover or you're fucking drunk, bro. And he kind of got that look on his face tonight, like, I was like, yeah, I already know. I said, what'd you get hungover from fucking Friday morning when you're all fucked up in that, hang out with your bro? You know, that's what you do. Why don't you blatantly say, yeah, I get drunk and I don't feel like coming to work? Why do you have to make up lies to cover up your own bullshit and then sit there and say lies about other people and that? They could be little white lies, but lies, lies. It doesn't matter what you say. Lie is a lie. And so I know, I specifically played it off as, it is what it is, but why do you have to keep on doing it? And I start bringing up drinking that, he immediately says, well, I'm not alcoholic and I don't drink all the time. You don't know what I do. And I'm just saying, well, but you look at drinking differently than I do. Because I don't look at drinking the same as you do. I don't drink at all. And he said, well, yeah, you do. He's basically including that I do what he does. I'm like, to a certain extent. Probably not full extent. I said, no, I don't. I have a beer every once in a while. I don't resort to that stuff because I don't fucking need it. I don't need that shit. I don't need to be fucking drunk off my ass to be a fucking a human being. It shows how, like, low discipline and wisdom that you have to resort to alcohol to maintain your... That's... Hunger is building up. Almost there. Almost awake. Nice. So much of this shit. So funny. How you doing, puppy butts? What? Hey, babies. Guys, see my fuzzykins. What are you doing there, fuzzykins? You want attention? Yes, you do. You come over to get all this love. All this love? Ooh, rubby-dub-dub. Rubby-dubby-dub. Look at you all pretty. What are you doing today? You hang out with Ruby? Give me that look. Look at you being all happy and smiling. Rub on your belly. And itch the bellies. Itch the leggies. Itch the chest. Ah! Sneezed all over me, huh? You're such a whore. Me and my girl dogs are horny all the time. Women. I ain't joking you. Women. They're all the fucking same. Animal or not, they're all the same. You say women are not as horny as men. I beg to differ on that one. Especially nowadays. Fuck, there's women out there who are like they'll fling their pussy out on any fucking dick just to get that fucking excitement. And when you see their pussies, it looks fucking disgusting. Like, oh my god. So why is your pussy look more fucking purple and blue than anything else? Well, you got 5 guys on me last night. That's disgusting. I'm being serious. Like, still licking your fucking butt. Get down. Get down. Go fall. Stay there. Stay. You're hairy. You big hairy puppy. Yeah, get down. And then you shit all over my bed. You're gonna fall off. Come on. You wanna get Ruby? Where's Ruby at? She looks so happy. What? I gotta make all my eggs and shit pretty soon. Probably gonna give me about 5 eggs. Got some sausage. That might make a big old batch of fucking protein pretty soon. Yeah, I've been engorging protein in. Probably getting like, I've been trying to get like probably like 60 to, I would say 100 grams of protein in one setting. I also eat normal spot protein one setting. I hate doing the selective eating thing. Oh, you eat like 50 grams here and there. No, I just compile that shit. It works so good. I'll snack on protein based on this. So at QT now, I always get two 30-gram protein shakes, and I'll grab like meat sticks in that. And I'll try to grab at least about 60, 70 grams of meat sticks, which is basically like 2 packets, or I'll just like go through it and try to do it like that. I do it every day after work. I do eat at work and I try to not eat as much. I try to eat more carbs at work and but after work and I try to get my fat and my protein as high as possible before I go to bed. You know, basic protein as high as possible. My fats are just whatever. And like sip on my amino acids, especially, you know, at certain times that I'm gonna need it in that. Nice. I should work on my leggings. Yeah, I think I want to start doing that. I watch some good shit. But yeah, I'll finish up this little thing now. So I wrote that one down. And, you know, I have the best room in that. I just don't know, like, people are directively always attacking, and, you know, I'm happy that Jesus basically stated why they do that. People don't like things that they have more, that someone else has more of than them, and they end up wanting to attack it more. If a man sees that another man's stronger, more fit, they'll attack that man. And they'll think, oh, well, I'm strong, and it's like, but you're not. So, like, I talked to this guy about, like, strength and stuff like that, and, like, he calmly does what most men tend to do, is they'll just say random shit. Okay, so I got epic with that. Yeah, I'm about to go to my next level of crafting. Got this 51. Gotta get up to 58 to get all titanium. The next one is mithril. Mithril is cool. Waiting for me to get an epic glove. Dude, it's good. I'm personally just gonna do epics for this one, so we can fight. Oh. Still waiting for it. Haven't got it yet. Just this game's really cool though. I think if you really like a grindhouse game that's that has a lot of stuff to do with it, this one has less of it. It's free. I mean, you can pay for certain things that be able to get like the full actual game, because like the free game itself obviously is. So like. You can get a whole bunch of starter packs in that. To me, it's kind of stupid. Yeah, I'd rather go through the game. The auto first now. I use my points to buy it for free. That's cool. Okay, well, it's free now. Yeah, I had enough points to get $10 off. I got the VIP Plus action. It basically just gives me the full game. So basically it gives me 50% more experience, 50% more draws, 50% more gold from monster stacks with VIP of 75% total. And this is how the game is actually fucking played. Whatever works, just put the leggings. Damn, my defense jumped up shit. Leg is taken though. That's good. You have more defense. Okay. Fuck, that's good. Shit went up a crap ton. Now I got a shit ton of money in that. I can go buy me some more. Kind of steal everything. Just gonna go on stealing. Yeah, this game, the first thing you gotta want to do is get up your thieving. Because you can make a bulk your money just by stealing that. Especially once you get up high enough, it goes quicker. I think at the very end, we were level 130, is to say. Like 50 something. It's like 0.6 of speed, so just like boom, 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 it goes up really quick. You suck, you just get so much more money. Anyway, I gotta eat that, and I will see you guys in a little bit. I'll probably play some more KillingFloor too. Okay, back. Shit. Have me 5 eggs. And have me
The pod is about to close.
a 4 ounces of pork sausage.
Shop is closed.
That was like perfect. Yeah, I normally like to go with the automatic, just because it's the grenade launcher is always good too. I never use the Ifrit that much. Yeah, the engineer is probably like my favorite character in this whole game. Even I like ninjas, not the ninja and stuff. He's good, but only the dual wheel swords are really strong because they kill flush mouths.
30 seconds left.
Swat!
Way to kick things off.
That's Waterloo for you! That's a flesh pound. Well, hard work ain't easy. Kiss my bollocks.
That's all of them.
Armor here, fresh from the locker.
I always imagine being on an oil rig and how like funky it would be to be on an oil rig. Like a lot of people speculate certain things and say, "Oh yeah, it's really fucking like wavy," and you know, like I mean the oil rigs are made out like enormously like strong metals and that. Especially how big they are. Like, look how big this is. Basically perform like a whole like town of metal. They always have the sea water to be like fresh. So like getting sick would be really difficult. It'd just be kind of weird. It's kind of like one of the things that I always want to do, because I'm a solo type person. I would love to work just completely just oblivious to all human beings.
Let's get back to it.
Hurry in the game, mate.
To actually do something I would work for 6 months, get 6 months off of work.
Chuck it out.
Break up the champagne just yet.
But yeah, I remember this one guy came on my stream. Hold on. I got get up. Oh man. I feel like I lost weight after doing all that exercising. Shit. I do feel this good here. But anyway, this one guy came on my stream a little while back, and he was talking to me. He was just like, he's like, you know what, man? It's like, not a lot of people play this game much anymore. I'm always thinking to myself, it's like, well, I mean, it's because a lot of people themselves, you know, don't see these games as being anything ridiculous, because you know, like, the way that they kind of, like, live their lives and that, you know, I always say it like that, like, some people are nowadays, you know. Like, I love white games. I'm waiting for the zombie game to come out, which I think it should be coming out pretty soon. Let's see. It's coming out tomorrow, actually. It's an arcade zombie game, and it looks pretty cool. You can level up. You can pick between like a bunch of different characters. It's kind of like this game, but it's arcade style. Actually, talk about that. I think I got it on my wish list. It's somewhere. Where the fuck is it at? Because you played KillingFloor 3. Okay, it's kind of cool. It gives me stuff. Okay, well. Let's probably type it in. No, I'm not typing. I love arcade games. I've been buying quite a bit of them. They're stupid. Let's find out where it's at. I think it says another zombie game. I actually really do. That should be coming up pretty soon. If I click on this one I play a lot. It's a very fun game. Oh, where's that? Damn it! No. Shit myself a couple times. I had it on my thing. I really hate when I can't find something. Let's look up. Because there's a whole bunch of fucking bullshit games. It's not even out yet. Revelations. The original Resident Evil 2. Yeah, I don't have the originals of any of them. No. Here it is. It says yet another zombie survival. Feels like it's like arcade mode type shit. You got a bunch of different characters that you can play with in that. Let's see. Does it show any characters? Yeah. Let's... Yeah, SWAT, tank, engineer, huntress, ghost, medic, pyro, and there's like other ones you don't have yet. It's coming out tomorrow. It's a one-player game. Play offline. Looks cool as fuck. I'll let that play, and then I'll see. Oh, here they are. Mechanic and Ranger, the last two. So you have 9 classes you can play with. You play with Ghost, which is pure melee. SWAT, which is basically just machine gunning. Tank, obviously, is a shotgunner. I don't know if it would be. Probably it. I always like using tanks and using close range up front. The attackers, just because I'm very curious about this shit, and I'm really gonna enjoy this. Comes out tomorrow. Is it better than KillingFloor? In the retrospect of KillingFloor, how great KillingFloor actually is. 2 is still just better. 2 is just, it was just more cartoonier and shit.
Let's do the business, eh?
Now you guys playing it for so damn long, it got to the point where you just get used to playing it.
Love it! Oh, I bet you think you're the biggest villain going, don't you? Dick Brain! Yeah, not good.
If I got back on
Greasy
Killing
turd.
Producer point, I probably would have played more than this.
See a flesh count. Oh, how I love a turret. Go up.
That's all.
This Killing Floor 2 had it just. They're trying to make this game. They're gonna eventually make it like Killing Floor fucking 2.
Don't worry.
They're gonna put in the
turrets are
snapshot aim, we
outside.
can snapshot and blow off heads and that, because that's the one thing that they got rid of, because they make it. We'll make the game more serious. You can't make a game that's not a serious game. Serious. Sorry. The more guns they add in that, it's gonna get better. It is getting better now. I do like the grenade launchers and stuff like that. I do like this. You can switch between like time or impact. No, it's two.
Oh, how I love a turret.
You're about to see some Zeds.
But yeah, the last thing that I was looking at, video thing.
Small times, eh?
It's like we just have to
Great effort. On point.
It's pretty cool shit though. The new Haunted Manor that they're doing is fucking really cool. I really enjoy the way it looks. It's gonna be a fun map to play. I think this map's pretty good with itself.
Well, try it on then. Look, this side looks like a Belgian. Cheerio. Have had it, you bully whippet.
Yeah, these guns are pretty good at knockback. That force pushes them back with this thing. But I don't know, this is a Psycho 1, you know, when you play the Berserker, you get a shovel, you get the axe, you get the baseball bat, you get all these cool ass things, and that, like, it just made it really fun. Of course, obviously, you know, these are the game updates since the beginning. First off, you start off with the shovel, the katana sword, and that, and then I think you can get, like, the claymore. And then that's about it. They introduce all the other stuff where you can heal people with the needle bat. Now you can beat the fuck up people, poison people, shit. I don't know. It's just the more I get into a game that I really like, like another zombie game seems like it's an unlimited type of game because it seems like you can get up as many levels as you want to. Not like games like that don't have these sort of like directional things that need to like, oh, you black out, you know. See, like with Killing Floor 2 and 3, you can level up. Killing Floor 2, you can level up to 25. You can max out your characters. Your characters get really fucking strong. So on who you play with. You can have a good old time because the lyrics of everything's funny. Everything's, you know, heavy metal in that, or metal. It's got a lot of like dark humor to it. It's just more fun. But when you get in the 3 net, since there's new graphics, I like KillingFloor 2 graphics. I like them better. Tell you honestly, I don't. As things progress, I understand people want to do more, but it takes time. To that, like for someone like me, and that it's like there's some games I go back to. Like I go back to like doing the Shining Force games. I always end up playing them at least once a year. I end up going through all of it, take my time, having fun in that, fuck around, maybe try out new things in that, and then I found out, you know, in certain games like Shining Force 1 that there's some characters I never leveled up before, and I level them up, and they're enormously more powerful than what I thought. It just takes time to level them up. Same thing with 2. 2, I always use the same fucking characters because you can cheat and get everyone level 40. But if I prolong through the game without being promoted and doing unpromoted stuff, unfortunately, you don't be really fucking hard against your weapons. Unfortunately, categorize a lot of your damage in that, but you can only equip so many weapons. They're trying new things that make it more struggle in that. But unfortunately, you know, I never really do. I always end up being a dickhead. But I never maxed out my characters in 99 once I get promoted. It's nearly fucking impossible. Because you have to just sit there and play it on fast mode and just kill everybody with one hit, and you only get 1 experience per person. You know, depending on how many times you hit them. So if you hit them twice, you get 2, you kill them with 1 hit, but then again, you gotta worry about they all take 1 damage out of you. So you know you're probably gonna have like 140, 50 alive. Eventually, you're going to have to get healed or something, because you're gonna get jumped a lot. You don't counter in the game that much. I'm always thinking about that, you know. I used to play a Disgaea a lot, or Disgaea, and I played the first one, and I played the second one, I think. I didn't play the third one or fourth one. I have the, I think I played, I think it was, yeah, the second one was the one with the punch you got, but I played the first one a lot. You can get up to 9,999. You can get super powerful characters that have like, you know, you can like mithril class them or whatever, and they get like super heavy amount of percentages, and they're called like the Magi is what they're called actually, and they're like so powerful because their percentages are a lot stronger and they're all even, so they're good at everything. So what I do is I always boost off 1 character, and once you get the Magi, you just play with them. The counters are constantly, they get like 6 or 8 a counter or whatever it is. And like they counter everybody, and as long as they keep attacking, you constantly level up dramatically because of that. You know, it's really easy in that. Where I'm trying to get to is that it's like certain games that you know you gotta really like fucking like focus on leveling up throughout the whole entire game. But like with Shining Force games, you level up really easily. To tell you the truth, you could kill 2 people and level up. Sometimes, you know, and then especially Shining Force 2, your experience goes over to the other experience. So if you have 99 experience, you kill a guy, gives you 50. 49 of it will go over to the next one, and you only have to like attack and then kill another guy. You level up again. But since there's only so many levels to level up, you know, getting up like 1 or 2 levels per like battle, or just 1 level per battle, will get you to the point where you're gonna be strong enough to be, you know, fine. Sometimes you can be an asshole. Like I like to use what they call egress, which is an exit thing. You exit back to the town that you were just at, and you come back into the battle again, and you can level up. Like the first 2 battles, I try to get like the level like 6 or something like that, and you're overly powerful. Like you know your weapons are not as good, unfortunately, but you know how much damage you gain. You know, from 1 to 6 could be up to like, you know, 5 because you get 1 per level, or sometimes you'll get 2 per like every other level. So then you think about, okay, 8 more attack, and I have a short sword that gives you like 4 of attack, something like that, and you start off with a certain amount, so you'll be close to 20 attack. Most guys you can kill with 1 hit or 2 hits, but it's just like that feeling of that, because there's a lot of games out there that are like that. Like say Fire Emblem was like that. Fire Emblem was more strategically heavy, because if people die, they fucking stay dead for the most part. You went to my Taco Bell? Depends what time you go. Depends on who's there. I have We have these two ladies that normally do our drive-through and that, and sometimes they're very attitudey. Yeah. When did you go, bro? If you went like afternoon, if you went like afternoon or more close to like nighttime, then you were probably dealing with the crazy sisters. One of them works, you know, she works like more like the afternoon time and that. They basically what they just have attitudes. They're not bad people. They're actually pretty cool to talk to sometimes. They just have huge attitude issues. And we've been getting a lot of people complaining about specific things that are going on. And every time we try to address it, one of them, the older one, likes to actually, but she still doesn't change much, honestly. They still give out fucking attitudes. They're always constantly on their fucking periods and shit. They're cool to work with. But, like, they have their problems. The attitudes are just fucking ridiculous. They can't just get the shit done. They gotta be... They hate snappy comments. They don't want people to be themselves. And someone like you that's kind of like a snappy person, that because you like to laugh and have fun, that they intentionally like think that you're talking about them or some bullshit like that. It's just some paranoia, anxiety shit that these people are going through because they're just, well, unfortunately, I would guess, called stupid. I guess, you know, they're just not very wise. They live very low IQ way of living life because they don't do much with their lives, honestly. As in, like, production-wise, to get themselves more intelligent than that. So, yeah, they start a lot of, like, minor arguments with people now, and they always have an attitude with lots of things. So I have to say, I apologize for how they act. They're the only ones that act like that in the whole place, to tell you the truth. And it's kind of getting kind of tedious, because a lot of times it's always we always get the same type of we always get the same type of issues that well, it depends on what time you go. I mean, if you go during, like I said, during afternoon times, like right, you know, closer to evening times and that, yeah, you're gonna probably have one lady there that gives an attitude. Not all the time, but it's how you talk to her. She freaks out and does this whole respect bullshit thing, and I don't understand it because you're in customer service. You're not made to, like, caress and control what everybody does because your job is to talk to them, get their order, bring it out. If they're kind of ignorant towards you, everybody talks about what people say. But if they're not ignorant towards you, they're just being funny at it. They tend to freak out and like say a bunch of ridiculous shit. And you know, since my line of research is always with psychology and how biblical works, learning theology quite good in that. Not ridiculous amount, but I do know a lot. So I listen to the Bible a lot and that on my spare time and that, little shorts and that about theology and that. All comes to the Bible and that. And the way Proverbs talks about human beings and that. When King Solomon and God were having conversations about this shit. It pinpoint why people are like this. Like one of the things in Proverbs it talks about the gossiper. The cry wolf person. People that cry wolf over stuff because they get away with it. And every time something happens, they pull the victim card. And so like last week and that last Monday, we had an issue. One of the ladies I worked with tonight, she was sitting there, a guy was drunk. He came in a little drunk in that. I'm guessing drunk or high, whatever it is. He just seemed like he was feeling good. He called her a baby and that, all this bullshit and that. As soon as she got called baby, she immediately resorted to, like, a violent act of being like negative towards this person. Like, he's a man, you're a woman. And, you know, guys could probably say you're a very attractive looking woman. You're short, you're lean as fuck, and you got a nice, you know, body on you now. You look good for, you know, for a woman of that. Guys are going to notice that. Guys are going to keep track of that. Guys are going to look you up and down on that. That's just what guys do. Instead of taking that as wisdom and be like, guys do that anyway, I just ignore it or be cute and that, and I get away with everything I want. But they resort to this violent act of something's going to happen, and it never does happen. I'm like, okay, you know. So I was there in that. I was the only person there with her. And so the dude takes over in that. And he caught her in some bullshit. And he called her out for it. And I was sitting there like, well, you know, he's calling you out for the lies that you're saying that, you know. You do little white lies, they always add up eventually. That's why we don't lie about stupid shit, because it progresses and it makes things worse for yourself until you have a mental breakdown. It's easier to tell the truth than it is to lie, because lie takes thought process. It takes all these type of things that you have to fucking make up. And a lot of people script themselves a lot. So say if this situation happens, I'm gonna say this. Can't just be honest. You can't say, yeah, we have this. So basically it's always about product. Gets late at night and that, and you know, tell you all the truth that I basically do the bulk of the closing anyway. This person I work with, you know, despite that she's not a bad person, that I do enjoy talking to her every once in a while. That she kind of has the egotistic type of way of like attitude, like talking. She always wants to be the center of attention when she talks, which is basically telling me that she has low IQ. She's not that intelligent. No, they can get mad all that shit all they want. Lack of intelligence doesn't mean that you're stupid. It just means you haven't learned nothing yet. You're trying to progress without doing something, which most people do is get better at learning. So you stay stupid because your life is not hard. It's actually extremely easy. That's why people don't develop any more disciplines than what they need. Number one, because you don't get caught with shit, so you don't have to discipline yourself. And number two, your life's so damn easy that discipline will never become an attribute to be able to do. So it means that you don't want to grow. You want to progress without growing, which is fucking stupid. Honestly, it's fundamentally fucking stupid. I really keep on growing and keep on learning stuff than it is to sit there and plateau and keep doing the same bullshit all the damn time. Because it just doesn't make sense to me as of right now, being, you know, a legitimately older man. And because it keeps my hobbies going, it makes it life more fun when I learn new shit. And like, but yeah, it just makes it more interesting. Like, you actually do something with your life. So the meanwhile, Nightlight, as this person was coming up, the guy was really calling her out for her lies, and he comes around quite often because he lives close to that. He actually came around the last time I worked there. He was a door dasher and all stuff and that, and he kind of looked at her and he kind of like smiled and like laughed at her and that, because he was legitimately being like, you know, you were in the wrong. The thing of it is, she got critiqued for what she did wrong. Now this is how it works at work. It's how about all putting people underneath the bus. No. And this is what a lot of people tend to understand. I work with fucking a lot of stupid motherfuckers. And not to say that they're all the same dumbness, but a lot of them are pretty fucking dumb. They're very emotionally regulated, and they have to be about emotions, emotions, emotions. I said, if everybody in the place, I'm probably the only one that doesn't smoke fucking shit or fucking do something of that sort, of drugs. You know, mainly there's other people that don't do those things too, but more or less likely they're never there because I don't work with them as much. It's like an off and on type shit. And sometimes when I do work with them, you know, I would say 3 people out of the whole entire place don't do fucking something, a drug related. And so I'm sitting there, I'm listening to the conversation. Instead of doing something that made it easier, the person wants to argue. And this is a worker. She wants to argue, and I'm just like, okay. Now, when you do this all the time, the only reason why you keep on doing this shit is because no one ever tells you, hey, I'm gonna be nice, but sometimes you need to just shut the fuck up. Your opinions don't fucking matter all the damn time. Okay? This is why people have huge problem with people with attitudes. They believe their opinions, man or woman, what they think and feel matters absolutely more than what the actual truth is. So you go down the internet. If they do something wrong, it's like childlike behavior. If a child does something wrong, and they don't get caught with doing something wrong for long periods of time, they develop pride. Oh, we're going biblical here. Praise the Lord for this. They develop a pride sense. I don't do nothing wrong, so I can do anything I want until they get caught. Then when they get caught, they get disciplined. Daddy comes out with the belt and says, boy, we're going to have some problems here. You keep talking snap, bitch. And the son's like, oh, shit, I got caught. He starts crying. He starts doing the victimizing. This shit's been passed down for thousands of years. Human beings have been doing this shit for the longest time now. It's not just because of now that people victimize themselves. They've been doing this shit for a long time now. Because they get caught with something they're not supposed to do. And then they cry and bitch about it, which normal children do. And then either they develop discipline, they don't do it again, or they keep on doing it, and then eventually they start to rebel, like Lucifer did with God Almighty. It makes sense why temptation and sins are always with rebellious towards the normal laws of nature. To discipline yourself is to understand God's will, to understand God's law. So you understand it. You don't do things that are bad. So you categorize what bad and good is. Rebellious people break laws. They have felonies up the ass. They went to jail multiple times and that. They still do the same stupid shit, and they always do the same exact wordings and way of thinking. It wasn't my fault it happened. No, it's 100% your fault. So the reason why you don't think it's your fault is because you don't want to stop doing the stupid shit that you do. You refuse to change because you see change as a problem. People that are actually rather intelligent, actually understand certain things, they look at you as a fucking idiot. You're a moron. And then they get mad about the truth. Say, stay stupid, and your life will always be stupid. And their arguments always stay true to talking about a lot of other people. So we talk about an individual person. So we have a guy that we work with that. He's very emotional. Always fucking emotional. I call him a baby bitch. He's not a bad dude to a certain extent, but he lies about random shit. It's always little bullshit lies. They're always disciplined. So he takes out the trash a lot. So you go outside and smoke cigarettes. Because he has nothing else to do, because he's not on the line that much, because we're not ridiculously busy at some points. And instead of just doing dishes and like doing little things and that and prolonging certain things to make it more easier, he sits there and he's constantly taking out trash. As soon as he gets in, he wants to take out trash. He looks for trash that takeouts because he wants to go out there. He'll spend fucking like 5 or 6 minutes out there, taking his time doing stuff and that, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, you're just wasting time. Everybody does that when they first come to work at night because there ain't a lot of stuff to do. I'd rather get right on that fucking line and start getting myself warmed up to what's going on. That's just me. And so, he's been told multiple times, hey, bro, you're using too many damn trash bags. You gotta wait till the trash is ridiculously fucking full to where, like, you smash it down, like, at least up to, like, twice to 3 times before you take it out. Is it going to be heavy for you? Of course it will, because you're not that strong of a dude. Okay, I understand that, but you should be strong enough to pick up 30 fucking pounds with 2 arms and put it in the trash, big ass trash can we have to haul it out towards the dumpster. It's pretty easy, you know. I understand not everyone's going to be lifting weights and that, because most of these people tend to not do any of that shit because they're too busy worried about being high all day. Or whatever chemical inducing shit that they do. And so, he got critiqued about it. He started complaining about, you know, other people and what they do. And immediately he said, this has nothing to do with them, it has to do with you. And I always tell people that if I had any type of management base structure where I work at, you're going to hear some really, actually, crucially disciplined shit like you should be taught as a fucking kid. Go in a corner and fucking cry. Your feelings are mostly, especially when you're fucking stupid, are just pure fantasy-based feelings about beliefs of bullshit that you know. Stupid people know very little. It's not that they know very little. They know a lot of stupid shit that doesn't matter. See, being stupid is not about how much knowledge that you have. It's about what knowledge that you have. And then you go to Proverbs. Proverbs talks it out very nice and smoothly. Fools don't trust in God. Fools say God doesn't exist. Fools think they could do things on their own without the Lord. Fools gossip and make up shit and try to prolong something that is faulty and untrue. Liars. And that's what comes out. Fools lie a lot. They lie over lots of stupid shit. They can be little micro lies or gigantic lies. Why don't they tell the truth? Because they don't want to be criticized. What does Jesus say about being criticized? Being criticized for a mistake is a good thing. That's love. Criticize and discipline is a love. Because you want something better out of someone. But when you criticize a dumb fuck, that's a fool that lies and makes up shit, they think of it as a curse. And they think it's abusive. I hear all this shit, bro. It's fucking ridiculous. And I'm just like, that's why you don't grow. Because the way you think about something is wrong. Because you're stupid. You know stupid things, and you fall down the stupid way. And the stupid way is falling down the worldly path. You're falling down the Satan path. You don't want to be discipline. You choose not to follow laws and regulations that were built in our fucking souls and our spirits through the beginning of fucking time. But you still want to relate to being ignorant and repulsive. So, as Jesus says, I will give you to your delusions. You will not see me. Because you refuse me. It doesn't mean you can't repent. It doesn't mean that he doesn't try. But the delusion's right in front of you. I tell people, you wear a mask over your eyes. You don't see the truth. You walk in this world blinded by the bullshit that the world gives you. You don't see God. That's exactly what Jesus stated. He said, you will not see. Your eyes will not see. You'll be blinded by society. Your brain won't recognize what's going on. You will be in your own delusion, in your own reality. And a lot of people take that place. Why? Because it is a very hard reality to take in the fucking truth. Truth is, God Yahweh exists. He's the only true God to ever exist and will always exist. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, always existing. Angels do exist. There's a hierarchy of them. Lucifer was one of them. He fell with a third of them. Lucifer, yes, walks this world and tempts people. As soon as you start realizing the actual truth, then that truth will set you free from all the other bullshit. And people will attack you because of that truth. But at the end of days, hopefully most of the people that are going to be saved by people that know the truth, and they're bringing it out to certain people. I got people that mock Jesus all the damn time. It's infuriating to see someone mock the Messiah that's saving your fucking stupid asses. And they keep on doing it. And their lives fucking suck. They have mass anxiety. They have massive temptations. They cope with it by drinking booze and smoking weed and taking fucking steroids in their ass. They're coping with the temptations because they don't understand that it's Satan and the demons, fallen angels, are giving the temptations out. They think, oh, well, it's because I don't have this luxury. They always say, if I had money, my life would be so much better. How many rich people fucking killed themselves? How many rich people sit there and say, my life fucking sucks, and they're fucking millionaires? And then how many rich people say, none of this matters, I'm bored? You know what they do is? They go to Jesus every single time. Every single time. It does not matter, but all the shit that you get in this world. Yes, it's good to have progress. Wealth does matter, but everything is given to you from God. It doesn't matter. You walk the path that God gives you. You develop yourself with what God puts in your way. You have a purpose to live. You have a purpose to fulfill. Some people's purposes die early. Some people's purposes live long. We can't detest certain things. Some people survive accidents while everybody else fucking dies because you had a purpose. God protects the people that have purpose. Doesn't mean that they're going to live forever, no. But when that purpose is fulfilled, they're happy to fucking die. Why is that? Because death has never been the end. It never will be the end. Like I said, I was thinking about this and that, you know. It's like, man, it's like, you know what? Every time I look at people that are like mentally retarded or have fucked up warped limbs and shit like that, they can't walk, they have a very hard time living life, bless them. Because when they get to heaven, they're going to have that body that they always dreamed of. They're going to have that luxury that they always wanted. They're going to have to not be sick. They're going to have all the things that they keep on crying about and saying, oh God, why? Bless those people. Because people that have too much beauty, too much money, too much strength, too much all these things, their luxuries in life are like heaven. They have all the things that they want. They produce all these families and that. They go through this reign of understanding. Eventually they come down to, they always will bend the knee. They'll bend the knee to God. It's not because they have to. It's because that's who loves you the most. It's God. That's why the whole depiction of Satan is to pull love away from you and to understand and be like, oh, God doesn't love you. If God didn't love you, why is he protecting you? If God didn't love you, why is he disciplining you? God puts things in your path to make you understand that something else is coming after that. It says in Isaiah, wait, for that your prayers will be answered in God's timing. Because if you're not ready for it, you're going to be absolutely not understanding where it's coming from. People want to say, it comes from me. No, it doesn't. All the things that you learn, all the situations that you deal with is a plan. God circulates that plan around you and around me, around every human being that's ever been around. If they follow it, they don't have to. That's the free will and choices that we make. If they semi-follow it because they're having trouble with it, eventually they get on the narrow path, they start understanding, they become humble, they become obedient, they become respectful, they become loving, caring. They become what the Holy Spirit naturally wants you to be, is joyful, happiness, loving, caring, respectful, obedient. But love is the top priority. They say, well, why do people die young? It's because it's just the purpose of them. Most people that die young, out of like goodwill, because they get like cancer or something like that, it's a purpose. Not everyone's gonna live fucking about 100 years. And sometimes people survive. Normally people have very low faith in why they do the things that they do. And they truly do. And it's like, you can't deny the truth of what it is. That's why you always see people having a lot of issues in life. You see it all the time. It's never been about the wealth and the money and that. I don't think wealth and money have a lot to do with like various things in this life. A lot of people care about it too much, and they have the pride of it. The way I personally look at wealth as, okay, I got something. Like, I haven't checked my bank account in a long ass time. I don't even remember how much. I was checking on my paydays. Check it right now. Like, oh my god, it's gonna be cool and nice that I have no. MoneyNet. I look at my MoneyNet. I say, okay, how am I gonna use a certain amount of MoneyNet? Can I be able to do this, do that, do this? It's like, okay, I can be able to do this, do that, do this. Okay, cool. Okay. Evidently I got more money into... Okay. So I haven't really spent that much money since the last paycheck, man. It's here and there. got a little money in my savings. Cool. I don't know what you use my money for, honestly. Dump. But yeah, to finish off the little story in that, eventually, that lady that made the little mistake in that, she was humble over it. She eventually was convincing herself that, yeah, she did fuck up with that, but she also really convinced herself that she didn't fuck up. And because she did in front of me, because I was just saying, like, all right. I said sometimes it's best to not say anything at all, I said hold your tongue against things like that because it doesn't matter. You make everything matter too much. And I said, I talked to her multiple times, you take life so seriously for what? Why do you take life so seriously? I say, you can't have fun when you're constantly pondering about what everybody else is fucking doing, how people think of that. It's like your brain's on overload mode. You don't know which direction that you're going. And that sign of that is stupidity. You need to focus your mind on task at hand, what things you need to do. That's why your life is the way that it is, because you're not focusing on anything in it. You're just doing a bunch of shit. I tell people, like, get a hobby in that, do something. That's why I like lifting weights. It gives me a hobby. It gives me something to research. That's why I talk about psychology. That's why I talk about the Word of God. Psychology and Word of God could go hand in hand in a lot of different ways. Trying to understand things, trying to go down this road of, okay, this. It makes perfect sense. Does it take time? Of course it takes time. Is it annoying? Yeah, it can be annoying. I think there's a lot of issues with a lot of things, but it's just how it is. But that's all we can do is keep on pushing forward. You can't just settle in and thinking that life's going to grant you the world now when you do very little. She's 100% right. I like this girl, man. I ain't gonna lie. She's kind of hot, too. She just tells the flat out fucking truth. So they have these people, they ask, like, they literally have people on YouTube and that literally sit there. Don't skip because Jesus tells you not to. Like, that's blasphemy against Christ, that you're literally using Jesus as a way to make money. It's okay to talk about stuff and do your commentaries about things, which a lot of people do. That's what I do, and a lot more people are doing it. But do you ever notice that, like, the things that you are doing are mocking God? Well, yeah, but I'm making money, though, so why do I care? He's not real anyway. That's what probably a lot of people say. Oh, they'll make an excuse like, well, it's like, well, yeah, you try to make up your own way of living life. That's why I love Jesus. Jesus says, you will live either against me or with me. You will hate me or you will love sin. You will love me and hate sin. Sin itself is what you hate. So you learn sin, you learn temptations, you learn how the devil works, you learn how all the temptations work, and you say, I rebuke you, I hate you. I hate sin. This world is not mine. I do not want to be in this world. I hate this world. I despise the sin of this world. I despise it. That's a personal take on me. I fucking hate it. Its destruction is very high. The disobedience of human beings is very high. The discipline of human beings is very fucking low. I deal with the morons, stupid people that don't even want to do their jobs, and it's just like it's a constant havoc of fucking retardedness. And like, people always want to say, "Oh, it's because they don't get paid." It has nothing to do with the fucking money, guys. It has to do with you. You're an idiot. Why people back then were a lot smarter, say more disciplined? That's because they were traditional. Because they believed in God. That's why they do the things they do. It's inherent. But the Gen Xers, mostly millennials and Gen Zs, a lot of them, especially the younger millennials, and the older Gen Zs, they all walk the same stupidity path. I don't know how many millennials they meet. Especially women say, I'm lonely. I categorize what lonely actually is. I say, what do you mean that you're lonely? Well, I want someone. Hey. Okay. Oh yeah, it's a lot. And like, so one of the ladies I work with that I know, she said that. She's like, I'm lonely. And so instead of being with her family or going with God, they sit there and they think that they don't have a purpose. So they want to have someone give them the purpose. I said, honey, if you don't love yourself, then how are you going to have someone love you? Love itself comes from God. It all correlates. If you don't love God, how can you love yourself? I say I'm never alone. I never will be alone. Never am alone. I may not see them, but I know angels are around me. Their presence have always been there. God's presence has always been there, period. I call out for problems I know I can't control because they're temptations or because the devil is around me, and he vacates. People said, well, that's some scary shit. That's because it's true. Truth is always scarier than lies. The truth of the wolf coming after you and trying to kill you is a hell of a lot scarier than someone thinking that the wolf's coming after him. Until it does. That's how the devil works. You have to just be ready. He's just going to come after you. You have to be ready. He's going to tempt you. You have to be ready. He's going to put people in your life that are going to fucking hate you. Be ready. Now, the woman that you thought you love is a succubus fucking retard, and that she will betray you. Okay. But anyway, what the fuck I was talking about? Because it's been on my head. Oh, how the devil works in that. It's just saying be prepared for it. I think a lot of people are afraid of Satan in that because they don't understand that you have God on your side. And that's how people get really superstitious and paranoid. Superstitious is really believing the lie, and your reality becomes that lie. And people say, I'm superstitious. So, okay, so what are you superstitious for? What's the superstition? Well, I believe demons exist. I say, okay, you believe demons exist, okay. Well, who created all that? And they'll never know the answer. They're like, well, I don't know. It's like, God created everything. Everything through Jesus Christ was created. God created all the angelics, which are the ones that became the demons, what we call demons, the fallen angels, basically. They're not demons. They call them demons because they're rebellious towards God, but they're called fallen angels. I said, okay, well, if demons exist, it means God exists. If God exists, why don't you just believe in God? And they always get stuck. Like, it's pretty. I think it's like it's pretty common knowledge. When you see something that's evil, there has to be a good, because good and evil coexist. That's just how it works. So people categorize like Satan, Lucifer, the devil, as in on par with Jesus. Like the fuck say that Jesus and Lucifer are used to be similar. I said there's no similarity. You're an idiot, and that's fucking blasphemy. Lucifer, Satan, devil was created. And every time you say he was created, people always categorize why did he stop it? Because it needs to happen. And Isaiah says, do not test thy Lord. Try to understand some being of love and pure holiness. You can't. As Jesus said, God himself wants you to be his child. Not a full-grown adult, not a child. He doesn't want you to worry about anything. He's taking care of everything. That's the whole point of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Yahweh is a take-carer. He takes care of things. That's why when Judgment Day happens and people go to hell and people go to heaven, or the establishing of new heaven, how they live their life is how their life's going to be in the afterlife. So if you live your life with huge amount of regret, anxiety, you don't try to fight temptations, you sit there and you sin a whole bunch because you say, well, whatever, don't care, it feels good. That's where most sins are. Most sins feel good. Feels good to be prideful. Feels good to be a glutton. Feels good to be a sloth. Feels good to be a lustful person. Feels good to be a liar. It feels good when you do it. But it never lasts. Why don't these enjoyments ever last? Oh, Satan, Lucifer, devil. Because that's supposed to last. Because them worldly things, the sins, are not supposed to last. Because they have a short time of lasting. Because eventually sin will not exist. So they say in Isaiah, and that is one of the things I just listened to, and that is actually quite fucking scary, honestly. One of the things when everyone gets judged, in that people that were in the book of life, sometimes people are in the book of life from the beginning, since all creation. They're already in the book of life. They already are part of God. God protects them. God lives with them. He knows what shit they go through in that, and he helps them. Some people repent and go down the line. Some people are born into God's family already. Their name's already in the book of life. They're born into it. But what happens is some people are born of Satan. They're born with very low religious values. They don't believe in God at all. They're very hateful. Doesn't mean they can't come out of it. Repentance is the hardest thing for most people to do that are very sinful because they don't care. Like, whatever, bro, I'm going to live my life. Fuck bitches, get high all day. And then when I die, I'll say I lived a good life. But you live a life after that life. You know that, right? I don't believe in that stuff. You try. Those people will burn in hell. So wow, well, that's kind of retarded though. So for eternity I get to suffer because how I lived life in this world now? Like, yeah. You chose that, for God gives you that. Think about this, when God went to Sheol, the land of the dead, when Jesus went to Sheol, he didn't go to hell. They said he went to hell. Hell, actually, that's not hell. He went to Sheol. He went to the land of the dead. He walked in the land of the dead. And he saw all the people that died throughout, billions of that died since the flood, since Moses, Noah, and all the things that. And for the ones that felt his light, because his light scattered throughout all of Sheol. All of it. So billions and billions and billions and billions of souls. For the ones that felt the light, he knew them. He knew that he was taking them out. The ones that shouted out, the Messiah's here. Their gate broke free when he took the keys from Satan. He told them, these are mine. He's like, give them to me. And he obeyed. Then the billions of souls walked out with him. The ones that confess that he is the Messiah, confess that he is God, confess that he is the one that is going to alleviate all of our suffering through his blood, reveal all of our sins, wash them all out. And then he rose 3 days later. During those days and that, he pulled all the loving, wanting souls that want to be part of God's kingdom. He pulled them all out. And that's what happened. And that's why we live the life that we have. If it wasn't for his sacrifice, this life would never be the way it is now. There would be so many more people just dying left and right over stupid shit. There's more faithful people to God, honestly, nowadays than there's ever been. Because there's just more people in the world. And there's a lot more people that are unfaithful to God. Because there's more people in the world. I used to be not really a non-believer, but I had it in my heart. It's really hard to say. I want to be part of the world now when I was younger than that. But all I have to say is the world rejects me all the time. So if the world rejects me, then evidently God wants me. So I said, well, fuck the world. This world doesn't mean shit. What will I do? Make a bunch of money in that, sleep with a bunch of girls and then die with fucking a bunch of diseases and that, and everyone weeps over me and say, you're such a great person that I might meet God. God's just like, you fucked up. It's like, well, wait a minute, bro. I was big and everybody loves me and that. And then it goes down the list of sins. It goes down the list of behaviors that you have. It goes down the whole diagram of who you are. And as he is loving and caring, he tells you the flat out truth. It speaks in the Bible. He'll ask you about certain questions now. You say when you want to help that person out, you never helped them. You don't communicate with the person that you never communicated. You never gave help even though you had wealth. You never did any of that stuff. Why? And most people say, well, because I worked so hard for myself and that. And then he's like, yeah, but none of that matters because it wasn't for you. It was for the image of you that you were thinking. But the true you, it didn't have nothing to do with that. I mean, this is how it works with people nowadays. I'm burping a lot. People nowadays, they live this sort of life, and they push themselves. to being prideful, and pridefulness always drags a lot of people down because, particularly, they just don't understand. So yeah. No, they don't understand. So as they live life, they go down this road, and then they start producing these kind of negative effects about themselves, and they destroy themselves a lot. Most of them do. And I always say to people, that's like, most people destroy their lifestyle for their own selves. They're selfish people, not just like Max. Max, please God have mercy upon her. Honestly, I think she's not a bad woman. I think she was just down the road of negativeness, and she performed being with Satan, and she did seances, did a lot of stupid shit, and demons were literally sitting there, just standing there. And when I went into her apartment and that, I felt it. She knew the demon was there. She said it was an old man. I said, no, honey, that's a demon. That's literally a demon watching you. The presence were there. It would sit there and stare at me, and it would stare at her. But when God got involved in that place, and she felt happiness for the first time, for complete solitary happiness, we took a nap together, it was complete humility. God was sitting there, Jesus was right there watching us. The demon bowed. The demon sat there. Just sat there. Quiet. Didn't utter a word. Because between me and her at that time, it was pure love. We felt great. We felt no worries. When you feel no worries at all, you sleep like a baby. It's not because you're wealthy and rich, because your life's amazing. It's because God's literally right there, laying you to rest. And everything else bows in His grasp. And when we woke up, we had like the best day ever. We were so happy towards each other. We were loving towards each other and that. And then she resorted to being tempted again. Because she was the one decided to talk to another dude, and then temptation started setting again. She saw luxury instead of love. She saw someone else that had more than me instead of love. She refused what God gave her at that moment with me for another dude just because the dude had a better job than me. People say, well, which one would you take? Someone that might make a little more money than me? Or pure fucking love that God grants upon you to make you feel like a child again? She decided to not take that. Her life was going to get better, but she decided to go down the road that she's been going down. I let it go. She took a beautiful necklace and ring that I bought her, spent like fucking $2,000 on it. Selfish as she is, she took it. She took that love and she put it into those rings for herself. I let it go. Was it hard? Of course it was. But just to show how people actually are. Hence the reason why I stay single. Life would have been great for her if she would have stayed down that road with me. It would have changed the fundamentals of her whole entire life. She would have been happy, married, and had a kid. But now she's just going down that road, and it's probably not going to happen the way that she wants it to happen. So what you did to yourself. You took our love as an advantage to make you feel better for that little bit, and you decided to trade it with money, with luxury, which was not even yours to begin with. I say it always comes down to, and I always say this is how people actually work their like this. If I start getting wealthy which I am, my wealthiness is going up, making, I got, for me, I got a good amount of money in that, for the most part, not a ridiculous amount, but enough to where I see that I'm going somewhere with wealth. My body's gonna get in better shape. And then one day she's gonna crawl out of nowhere. She'll be like, oh my god, I haven't seen you fucking forever now. Look at you, you're so attractive now. Blah, blah, blah. My skin disorder heals up and that. And then she's gonna crawl back to me because now I'm attractive as fuck. And now I have the luxury of doing whatever I want to do with money. Which I don't care. Because money is absolutely fucking pointless to a certain extent. I use it for certain things. And then they all crawl back. Finally got a car, you start driving in that. Honestly, I probably buy a car because of a lot of fucking boredom. To tell you the truth. I really don't care about having one. And then she'll crawl back. And I'll tell her no. And she'll cry. I'm like, oh my god, I thought you liked me. You never ruined my I'm so skinny and sexy, man. The luxuries that you have are just luxuries. It's not what I really want it. Because almost every other girl has that. If not, almost every girl I fucking see has some type of luxury, sexual body luxury, that almost all guys fall for. I say it was the heart that I wanted, and you refused it. So I leave you to your heart. It's that simple. If you refuse it, then I'll just let you be it. Despite the fact people want to get mad, get fucking mad. I don't give a shit. You get mad no matter what. You are sabotage everything no matter what. You'll destroy the whole entire fucking world no matter what. I say you do it because of your ignorance. And yes, people do it all the time. And people constantly do it. And they won't stop doing it.